Yeah, it's okay. Not for you. You gotta sign something. You gotta sign it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we can still do it.
Yeah, that's right. We must put that in as ours. Oh, shit. More than half of it. That's what it is. Dr. Pepper could take. Hey, Paul. Okay.
I'm just a
No, there you go.
I'm good. I don't think so. I'm not hearing any reason why it might not be Here.
It is 6 o'clock. I call the order Grayson County Board of Supervisors. Mr. Smith, would you do the invocation, please?
Yeah, that's right. Father, thank you for the day that's been given. Thank you for all the citizens that have shown up. Thank you for all our citizens of Grayson County and for the good county we live in. Thank you for the Board of Supervisors and the work that they do, all the administrative team and different ones that work here for the good of the county. Pray that you be with us in this meeting, guide thoughts tonight, for it's in your name we pray. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Welcome, everyone. See everybody out tonight. As far as the agenda, consent agenda, Mr. Smith, Mr. Jeffrey, you want some changes?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask the board to consider a couple of amendments to the agenda. First, we'd like to add Mr. Paul Hoyle to give an update on the fuel shortage. Second would be to add and adopt a resolution for the BDOT 6-year plan. The third would be to add an adoption of a resolution for the BDOT secondary system construction budget. And fourth would be to remove the approval of the school budget for tonight.
Okay. Any comments, change? Good. I'll look for motion to approve the agenda and consent agenda.
So moved. Second.
All in favor, aye.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Hall, you're up.
Members of the board, Chairman Belton, and everyone. Just want to do a real brief update on the status of the fuel emergency. As everybody knows, on the 7th of May, ransomware attack affected Colonial Pipeline, and because of that, they ceased all operations very quickly. As it turns out, the hit was a administrative hit. It wasn't operational programming or software that was affected, but they did not feel that they could safely operate the pipeline until they had considered all the other options. On the 8th, the increased capacity or increased flow capacity through the Plantation Pipeline, and the federal government also notified and started working with the Federal Railroad Administration and shipping industry to increase bulk fuel supplies through those mechanisms. At the same time, we have 3 other pipelines that supply Virginia that were not affected, but Colonial is the big one. That's about 43% of Virginia's fuel supply. It's about 50% of the East Coast fuel supply, so it's definitely a major impact. On the 11th, the governor declared a state of emergency, and he did that essentially to free up some state resources. There was no funding associated with that for jurisdictions, but it did allow him to apply some state resources, including activating the Virginia Emergency Support Team and things like that. And it allowed them to start tracking the event. The current state of the event is that Colonial Pipeline is already recovering. They are essentially 50% capacity right now and building slowly from there. We anticipate that they will be back to full capacity flowing by the end of the weekend. But I want to caution everyone that that does not mean that we'll have fuel back in the tanks at our local commercial stations that quickly. It's going to take about between 1 and 2 weeks to completely normalize our supply. Fortunately, I think everybody in the county got out yesterday and the day before and filled up everything they had, so we should be okay until we get the stations filled back up. That's pretty much it. As far as the Grayson County actions, what we did, we started tracking the fuel status immediately. We started looking, seeking out fuel resources should we need them. We identified some for both gasoline and for diesel, primarily to make sure that the county was able to continue to function the government, and also to make sure that our emergency services were supplied with diesel and gasoline they needed to be able to continue to answer calls. We were able to do that successfully. We spent quite a bit of time yesterday out with local suppliers and making some arrangements for that. We also have been monitoring the fuel status of the local stations on a day-to-day basis for the last 3 days, just to make sure that we understand what's available, what's out there. We also started looking at our COOP planning, our continuity of operations planning, in case we needed to make any adjustments, primarily looking at dusting off the work from home procedures, which are honestly not very dusty thanks to COVID. So we were pretty much ready for that. We did not have to implement and don't expect to have to implement any of those precautions. We continue to meet with VDM on a daily basis by phone, and I have another governor's call tomorrow afternoon, and we'll get another update. We should have further information then. That's pretty much it. Looks like we took a miss on this one as far as any long-term effects. So if I can answer any questions, I'll try.
Good. None of our agencies have any issues as far as fuel goes right now.
No, sir. I've not been made aware of any. They did have obvious concerns for being able to get fuel in case they needed it. Most emergency services organizations, I'd hesitate to say all, but almost all, have a policy that as soon as you complete a call, they'll refuel basically to prepare. So they always start from 100%. Which would allow them, under most circumstances, even with the ambulance traffic, to be able to respond for a couple of days on existing supplies. A couple of the agencies have a very limited fuel source or supply at their stations, but that's not very much. It would apply them a day or two at most. But no, nobody actually is in need of fuel right now.
Is it more gasoline than diesel? Diesel seems, from my personal experience, seems to be still a little more available in gasoline.
Yes, sir. Gasoline. Well, the reason we never actually had a shortage in the area. We had a run on the stations after the declaration that caused a kind of an artificial shortage. So I guess if you look at it from the perspective of can I get gas, it was a shortage, but the system still had plenty of gas in the pipelines and everything. Diesel, because there's less demand on it, except for our commercial traffic, was less affected, and we had several thousand gallons of fuel for diesel, especially since that's what our ambulances and our fire engines and our sanitation vehicles and all that were on that. It was less of an issue there.
Okay, thank you.
Do they maintain any pumps up here at the West Garage?
No, sir, nothing aware of. As far as I know, we have no county reserves in any capacity right now.
Thank you, Mr. Ford.
Thanks, Paul.
Okay, next, I look for motion to open the public hearing, see public comments on the secondary 6-year plan for the years 21, 22 through 26 and 27. Hear motion to open one public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, aye. All righty, we got a list, Mr. Smith.
We have public hearing speakers, and then we also have Mr. Andy Power on Zoom.
Okay.
I guess more public comments at this point.
Yes.
And Mr. Caldwell, do we have Andy
Andy is on.
Fowler to where he can hear?
Yeah. Andy, can you hear us?
I can. Let's see. Can you hear me?
Wait, he's probably talking.
Let's see. I think I'm muted here. Let me.
All right, Andy, can you hear us all right?
No, he's muted. You're muted, Mr. Fowler. No,
Can you hear me now?
no.
Can you hear me now?
He's talking.
The sound's coming through in the lobby, Carl.
Is it?
Yep.
It's because Zoom's took over it.
Can you hear us, Mr. Fowler?
Yes.
Okay.
There you
There we
go.
go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Fowler, just for your information, we're getting ready to do the public comments. We want to.
Okay. And I'd like to apologize for not being there in person, but we were asked as an agency not to travel right now with the current issues with the fuel crisis.
You understand?
Right. Good deal. First, we'll do public comment. And first is Mr. David Rutherford.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Long time no see.
Yeah. I'm David Rutherford. I live at 1130 Little River Road. And I'm here to see about getting road paved again, tar, gravel, whatever they consider. There's always been a question I can't hardly explain where I'm starting it because there's another little road called Allegheny Road that don't show up on maps and stuff like that. But I did a Google search on Google Earth, and I got a couple of photos here that y'all will look at to know what road I'm talking about. But I just want to try to get my road paved, starting at North Carolina state line, Pleasant Home Road, by my house on the 1130 Little River Road. As far as y'all can go with it, doing it real rusty kind of. So that's all I got.
Okay. We've been right by you.
And I sort of highlighted the little road on there, but you can tell. One of them shows a little river on each side, and then
Yeah,
one of them I got marked off.
okay.
You know what I'm
I
talking about.
know where exactly where it is.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Bill Stanley, both of you gonna speak to one?
Just being.
Stanley,
And Mr. Chair.
Danny Petty.
Okay.
I'd like to thank the county administration, their board members, and VDOT, and all those that give us an opportunity to be here tonight to make a couple of comments. I'm here to speak concerning Pleasant Grove Road. I don't know the status of it. Last year, it got put on the 6-year plan. I'm certainly hoping it's still on it, or it could be bumped up, even so there. But my wife, Phyllis, and I, we own 2 recreation lots down on Pleasant Grove Road. We purchased that development came into being in 1987. Multiple vehicles overturned, went over banks with increased traffic that year. And I know that I thank VDOT for, and that they, in the county too, that they have made a few places that we could pass and get by. But that traffic has increased significantly. It is dangerous at times. You meet farm equipment. I meet tandem trucks hauling rock, dirt, big ton trucks pulling long trailers loaded with lawnmowers come in and mow. School bus travels that road, or did. I'm not sure about this year. So on account of COVID or whatever. And we have it's a lot in summertime, especially holiday weekends, Memorial Day, Labor Day, week of 4th of July. It's hard to get through that. You may have to back up 5 or 6 times to get out of there. And these banks, it's a winding road, very narrow, banks, it goes over. And I've seen coming up, especially in the summer, like I say, during 4th of July, there'd be pickups loaded down with inner tubes or canoes and children in the back of them. I know they're not supposed to, but still, if they meet in one, and they, especially in wet weather, and we've had it, of course, it seems to be drying up some now, that shoulder is very soft. And people might not be familiar with it. They get over it, that vehicle's gonna go over the bank. And, you know, there's no room to put no guardrail there, because if you did, you have to put it in the road. And certainly I don't know the status, hopefully it's still on the plan. Is it 5 years now? Or, I don't know.
I'll let Mr. Fowler talk about it, but it is on the plan.
Okay.
Yeah, do I speak now while he's up there, or speak after everyone's finished?
I'll say it's fine, yeah.
Okay, Pleasant Grove Road is on the plan. It is scheduled to be fully funded in the year 2024, 2025, the fiscal year 24, 25. And it should be fully funded by 2024. And generally speaking, if we're able to keep the plan at the pace we're finishing roads now, it's possible. We usually can start a road in the late summer to early fall of the previous year that it's fully funded. So it is possible that we can, depending on our schedule, if everything goes well with the roads that are ahead of Pleasant Grove, we may be able to start late summer, early fall 2023.
Okay, that's certainly good news. Appreciate it. You know, many of you know Roger Billings. And he was a man who was certainly dedicated to this county for hard work. If it were not for him, I don't even know if that road would be on the 6-year plan. And of course, most of you know we lost Roger recently, and I'd hate to see his hard work go right. So anything that can be done, and certainly it's favorable comments from you, and appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Andy, one thing on the Pleasant Grove Road issue, I got a call this week, not related so much with the 6-year plan per se, but just some culverts and other things that were of concern as we get towards 2023, 24, whenever we're able to do the 6-year plan on it. Could you go down there and look at the culverts or just give an assessment of that and send an email back? It's just, since we're on that same topic, that same road. But that's the conversation I had this week, was about some culverts look like they're about to cave in and some other issues there.
Okay, yes, I'll have the area headquarters go review that route and see what maintenance work needs to be done.
Thanks. Thanks, Richard.
Ron and Susie Holt, Gold.
So I'm Ron Doyle, and thank you for letting me come and speak. My wife and I have owned a house on top of the ridge out Pleasant Grove since 2008. And as Danny said, the amount of traffic that is on that road now has greatly increased. The number of big trucks, UPS trucks, has greatly increased as well, because there are now a number of permanent houses out the road. So I certainly appreciate anything that can be done to widen the road or pave the road or make it a hard top. The other point you just mentioned, the culverts there, for our passage, there are a couple of culverts that are definitely caving in. They're, a foot in on either side of the road, and they're getting worse. So I appreciate if somebody would come out and look at that, because it's a danger now. Somebody can be driving down the road and not realize their wheel will go down in it. So anything you can do for that. And if there's any widening you can do before 2024 in places, because as Danny mentioned, there are a few more places to turn, but there aren't enough so that if cars meet, towing trailers, or two cars meet that are big, it's a dangerous situation for people to be backing up, and there's not room for them to get past. So appreciate it. It needs to be done even before the 5-year plan.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Susie, were you gonna speak?
I thank y'all so much for considering this issue. I prayed for y'all this morning, and recently we studied the book of Esther. And in Esther, as you all know from the Bible in the Old Testament, got selected to be queen of the king of Assyria, a real event in history, and the whole Jewish population was planned to be annihilated. And God used her to save the lives of all those people. And I pray for you all this morning, because I believe right now, for such a time as this, you all are in the position, and you, to be able to help the situation. We know of young people who have gone over that bank. We have one guy that we pray for from time to time, and we don't know an update. We still don't know how he has fared, but lives can be altered forever. And thanks to you all for taking care of this road, and possibly in the short term, lives could be spared, and people's lives could be much more enjoyable. We do know it's a recreational area for a lot of people that love to go kayaking, inner tubing, and fishing, and getting together with family members for cookouts and so on and things like that, all those things. And I just thank you and thank you and thank you for just, again, such a time as this, to be able to do all that you can to fix that road and make it safe for our young people as well as older people like us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
which route was she speaking about?
Pleasant Grove Road.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Two Rivers, you're on Two Rivers. Two Rivers goes right off Pleasant Grove, and was 2 or 3 houses up there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a house and development off of Pleasant Grove.
Okay, thank you.
David High Shoe. Outside.
We need to go out for us because we need to go out.
Yeah, if you can, because then we got some other.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Yeah,
Bye.
thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay.
David and Amy and Trent, Natalie too.
Debbie, Amy, and
David, Amy and Trent.
Good evening. My name is Debbie Hash. I live at 76 River Hill Lane. I want to thank all of you all for the opportunity to always come and speak about the roads, and thank VDOT for all that they do to make our roads as good as they can be. I know Mr. Smith didn't want us to keep on talking about the same road, but I live there. I've lived on River Hill Lane for 35 years, and it is a little lane right off Pleasant Grove Road. There are, we had asked for you all to widen or make a mile of that road better. And in that 1 mile section, there are 9 full-time residents. There are 6 summer homes. There's a campground at the end of the road now that has a shuttle bus that shuttles canoes up the road, and then the people come back down on their kayaks. There's over 120 camp lots in this 1 mile section. So you're talking 120 people coming every week to mow, or paying somebody to, you know, bring a truck and a trailer and a mower to, you know, to come and take care of these lots. UPS man will come to my office and say, hey, the neighbor got a package, do you care to deliver it? I want to drive out your road. FedEx will do the same thing. I tried to get a road count. I actually contacted VDOT last week. They put a counter on it a couple years ago, and I could have come up with any new data. The last thing they had was 2014, and there was 200 average daily on that road every day. As I said before, I really thank VDOT for the things that they do. They'll bring gravel, you know, they'll grade it, but that's not what we need. We have outgrown this road. And sorry, Mr. Billings worked hard. We lost 2 weeks ago, and we really like to have it speeded up if we could. Like Danny said, if it wasn't for Roger, we probably would have had this on the 6-year plan. And he fought a hard battle of cancer and he lost. But he can be a winner if I get this road done. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
just to make sure, Ms. Hash, did she say River Hill Lane?
It is, yes, River Hill, that'd be the first driveway to the right off Pleasant Grove, maybe the second driveway. I think it's 2 houses. Maybe is that where Roger lived too? I believe Roger lived right past that on River Hill Lane.
Yeah, I'm actually looking through our state route data, and I'm not seeing a River Hill Lane in our system. I see a Reeves Hill Lane, but no River Hill Lane. Is that may be a county road? I'll have to confirm.
I think it's a private lane. Is River Hill, you said River Hill, correct?
River Hill is a private lane. It is about a half a mile up Pleasant Grove, just kind of bears off to the right. There's 2 houses on it. We live in one and Mr. Billings lived in the other one.
So you're talking about Pleasant Grove?
Yes, I am speaking for Pleasant Grove. I have to drive on Pleasant Grove every day to get to.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got you. And so with what I'm hearing, between now and the time that we do surface treat in 2024, or possibly the fall of 2023, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have my area headquarters go out, and first I'm going to have them review the culvert pipe situation, check ditching and drainage, and then if there's any possibility while they're in there doing grading, I'll have them see if we can go ahead and start. I can't promise at this point without looking at it and seeing what we've got there. But I will look into the possibility of doing some spot widening now to alleviate some of the issues in the meantime.
Thank you so much. We appreciate anything you can do.
Okay.
Thank you. Amy and Trent Hatley.
Good evening. Thank you guys for being here and hearing our concerns. I'm coming tonight with issues for Little Fox Creek Road. I have 33 signatures from our road that I'll leave with you guys tonight. Fox Creek crosses Little Fox Creek Road 3 times in a very short distance. The road constantly floods and washes out during heavy rains. The Upper Creek crossing near Brattle Creek Road, which we'll call the First Creek crossing, has been fixed, but still floods over the road in heavy rains. The creek continues to cut into the road and wash it out. There's just kind of been neglected in that area. The culvert at 26 Iron Gate Lane is crushed and needs to be replaced. The state maintenance have been made aware of that multiple times, and they've come and helped to try to dig it out. But then the dirt just fills it up again because it's crushed. The homeowner there has taken the time to try and stabilize the area with riprap. But because again, the culvert is crushed, then her efforts are in vain at that point. Water has washed out the second creek crossing multiple times, and the last time it took the entire road and pipes out, making the road impassable. 2 new pipes were put in, and the road was halfway fixed at that point. The road just continues there to deteriorate around those new culverts that were put in with each rain that occurs. Many residents on the road are also concerned about the area from Cougar Lane to Junior Funk's property. The road is very narrow in this area and has steep drop off on the side of the road. They're concerned with school buses meeting cars in that area, or with cars in general just passing, and could lead to possible accidents in that area. Have to be very slow. And, well, as residents, we are slow, but people that use that we cut through are not. And there's no, of course, real divide in the road because it is a dirt road, and there's, of course, no speed limit signs, and drivers just really are very fast on the road. The third crossing is at the lower end of the road, where 2 old pipes remain and have not been replaced, even though the road has washed out completely multiple times, making it impassable. The crossing should have been fixed first due to it being the lower end of the creek, which takes on more water, and it has the same size pipes as the upper end of the creek. Studies have been conducted and determined that these pipes need to be replaced 20 years ago, and that has not happened. In turn, the Little Fox Creek floods, which is very common. The pipes over the years are taking less and less volumes of water because the bottoms of the pipes are rusted out, and the road's being cut down and lowered every time it floods. They're bringing in new materials. Now Little Fox Creek completely diverts and runs down Foxfire Lane. The last 2 times it has flooded, it renders the road completely impassable, and 3 full-time and 1 part-time residents live on Foxfire Lane, and then we're completely stuck. It costs the residents thousands of dollars over a week to repair the driveway to be passable again. The culverts that have been fixed are still flooding over the road in heavy rains. There are 21 houses on this short stretch of Little Fox Creek Road. 14 of those are full-time residents, and it is a very heavily traveled road as people cut through from Little Fox Creek from Bridle Creek Road to get to Fox Creek Road. We've tried for years to get this problem resolved, and we had the letter read at the June meeting, I believe, of last year. And so hopefully something can be done. We're worried every time it rains that, is the road going to flood out again? Some proposed solutions that we have would be to elevate the road jets at the pipe crossings and install larger pipes to handle the amount of water that's there, to repair or replace the culverts on the road to ensure proper water flow, hard surface the road and stabilize the areas with grass so that when it does flood, that the road maintains and doesn't wash away. To place a guardrail on that area of concern between Cougar Lane and the Junior Funk property. These things are done when it does flood and water crosses the road, the hard surface and stabilization of the shoulder of the road would allow the water to flow and not wash the road out completely. And it would eventually save the money. It's a lot of costs up front, but save the money in the long run for the state in doing those repairs. Thank you for your serious and fair inspection of our road, and we look forward to getting a solution to make lasting improvements to Little Fox Creek.
Thank you. Mr. Howard, we gonna speak?
No, sir.
You spoke for you?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
The section of Little Fox Creek, what's the start and the end roughly?
Well,
are you talking about the entire road?
the entire road, but the culvert at Bridle Creek has been fixed and it has the cement, but the creek is diverting and it's not going through that. It's still washing out the road in that area.
Right.
The next one,
I got
heading back
But
towards
you're talking about the whole
Yes,
entire road. Yes.
How many miles would that be?
I think it's a mile and a half. I think it's about a mile.
The total Little Creek Road, Little Fox Creek.
Little
Road.
Fox Creek Road.
Yes.
Okay.
But you are on Foxfire Lane.
We are on Foxfire Lane,
So
yes.
that's private.
It is private, yes.
So
But the last culvert heading towards Fox Creek is right at our driveway. And so when the past 2 floods that we've had, it's washed Fox Creek out completely and then diverted down our driveway.
The creek just diverts, it goes right down our driveway. It never used to do it,
but the pipes are so rusted out, they won't take the volume of water. And so now it just diverts down our driveway and just, I mean, it makes it impassable. We spent $4,000 on gravels, last time and the time before.
Last March.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you good with that? Little Fox Creek Road.
You talking to me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we'll review those. I'll have them go through again and check the culverts and make sure any culvert that needs to be replaced, I'll get it replaced.
Okay. Now that, you're asking to be on the 6-year plan for paving?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. But he will work on these culverts for 6 years. Okay. Appreciate it. Danny Tolley, next.
I'm the other one.
Okay.
Thank y'all for having us. We're here right about Apple Lane, River Road Lane, that comes off 94 Crease. It's a private drive, and we were, I guess, 10, 11 years ago, we came and signed a petition, signatures and things like that. Couldn't get anything done then. And both roads have been on now about 21 years, a little more than 21 years after that, I guess. But we're here not trying to get, because it's a private drive, and we have a lot of elderly people too, live on the road. And, the entranceway to the left, coming up 94 there, it's pretty dangerous pulling out. There's a little steeper elevation than should be there, I think. And kind of hard to get down the road there. And our 911, because we're a private drive and stuff. We like to, we keep it up ourselves. We've maintained the road for all these years. We put $1,000 of gravels and all that on the road. And we're just trying to try to get some kind of solution to it. We've tried to be patient, and we've not complained or raised any about it. We don't do stuff like that, but we're just trying to get something done sensible for us as family, because like I said, there's a lot of families on there. There's about 4 or 5 people from out of state that have summer homes there, and all too, but the rest are permanent residents. And like I said, the ditch lines and stuff like that, and the culverts and stuff, we tried to maintain and keep up as best we could with it. And the road is not in that bad shape, but we'd like to get it state maintained or something done with it if we could. So
you want to get it added to?
Yes, to the 6 year. Yeah,
change
like
it from private to get it to the state.
Yes, sir. Get it state maintained, and however we can do that off of a private drive. Because, like I said, we've been on this for years, and we're having to do all maintenance, and our trash pickup, our mail stuff. We've had kids that's grown up there, that's had to walk out to the bus, and us as residents there, we're all that family. We take care of the kids, take them in. If I see somebody walking out, bring them in. But they've been grown up now, so it's been that long. So I think it's been sufficient, what we've kept up, that maybe we could get some help. We'd appreciate the help, if you could do that for us tonight and help us.
I'm sorry, what was the name of the road again, the private road?
It's Apple Lane. Apple, it's 2 roads. It's Apple Lane, and it goes to Riverwood Lane. Riverwood Lane's one word, Riverwood's one word. Apple Lane, there's only about 4 houses on Apple Lane. It's a short patch of road, but Riverwood has the rest of them. It's about over 20 homes on it.
26 total.
26. Okay. So.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Fowler, I think I think it's Ms. Heath that had maybe got us some guidance on how to get that into the state system. we got some correspondence from her last time, and I don't know if maybe she was wanting to make a visit out there, and maybe, or someone was supposed to.
Mike,
Yes.
Mike, come on.
Yeah, I think this is one of the roads that you guys requested that we look into as far as revenue sharing or.
Yes.
Yeah, Pam Heath is working on that. I think right now she's working on looking at the drainage, looking at what it would take to bring the road in, and to look into estimates of cost. And then what she'll do is she'll submit what she finds with the request from the board to determine which route you would like to approach this with, whether it be revenue sharing or one of the other avenues that she had mentioned that as possibility for bringing roads into the system. So she's working on that, and we should have something soon to Mitch so that he can present it to the board.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Mr. Lynch here?
Hello there. Hey, Brian. My name is Rosario Lasitra. I live on Riverwood Lane with Danny Colley here, my neighbor. And me and him both has been there right at 20 years each. And like you said, all our children have went to school, graduated and moved on. And we live on a very dangerous hill. In the wintertime, it's pure ice. And there is elderly people up there, and we're none of us getting any younger. And it's just, in the wintertime, there's no way a fire truck or ambulance or anything would make it up that icy hill. And we've all been concerned about it, and we've tried over the past 20 years to get this taken care of. And here we are again. And, you know, like I said, there's 26 homes up there, and it's not state maintained yet. But Paget Road right down off of Riverside Drive, there's not one home on it, and it's state maintained. Sally Whitaker got it pushed 2 years ago when she was on the board, running through her property. And here we are with 26 homes, and it seems like we can't get nothing done over all this time. And we're just hoping you guys can help us, and maybe VDOT put this on the top of the list and hopefully get it done for us. Because Danny and me's been there 20 years, like I said, he has done 90% of the maintenance on that road. And if we just put $2,000 worth of gravel on that road, which is minimum, a year, you know, that's $40,000. So I know there's been $50,000 or $60,000 spent since we've lived there. That's not counting the wear and tear on him and his equipment. You know, all the neighbors pitch in where they can to work on it, but he's taking the brunt of the deal. And we just come here to see if we couldn't get some help on this and maybe get it pushed through. Hopefully VDOT can help us.
It was started out as a private road because that the homes up there are part of a development, I guess.
Yes,
That's how it started.
Yes.
So, okay.
Mark Knuckles put it in the late 90s, and houses started going in about 98, I think, 99. And it's just grown since that. And some people's left because of the road.
Right.
Some neighbors have moved on.
Right.
But like we said, you know, we've been trucking our kids down to the highway to catch the school bus. And within the last 2 weeks, me pulling out on the highway, pulling a trailer with my van has almost gotten rear-ended one time. And this Saturday morning, a deputy come flying up on my butt because it's dangerous pulling in and out of there. And if we could just, in the meantime, just get some signs put up for the traffic, you know, for the intersection, that would help, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you all for your time.
Appreciate it. Thanks for coming.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Fowler?
No.
Okay. That was a class 2 subdivision when it's put in the 90s. So it should be wide enough in the ditches, so it was up to spec when it was put in, so.
Yeah, roads in pretty good shape. They're not the culvert, cut to the culverts, or they have to do something done with them. But as far as the ditches and things like that, you know, we kept it up. And gravel on it, it's got plenty of gravel on it, so.
Okay. Appreciate y'all coming out. That's everybody I've got signed up as far as the 6-year plan.
Make sure.
Can she give y'all?
And I'll leave this with you guys with the signatures. Just put them right here. That'll work.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we're looking to see if there's anybody else. I think Mr. Fowler was talking about Cold Springs Road to start with, or its own plan. Did you look or have somebody look about some signs on each side, each end of that road to keep from tractor trailers going down that road? When they make that turn and they ain't coming back out.
Yes, actually, Mr. Hoyle called me a couple of days ago to remind me of that. And I've got our sign crew and our engineering staff looking at that now. I don't think it would be a problem to install the GPS warning signs requesting or restricting trucks. I don't think we can restrict it without going through the CTB, but we can put up the signs that say not recommended for truck traffic, do not follow GPS.
Okay.
So that's our first approach. To do a full restriction, that would have to be submitted by resolution and then submitted to the CTB in Richmond, the Commonwealth Transportation Board. But on a local level, from under my authority, I can have the not recommended for truck traffic signs installed.
I think that would help. They had stopped one over the weekend from taking tractor trailer down that road.
Yeah, my wife did.
Oh, did she? Yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty tough place. You get started, you ain't going back out of it. Okay. That's
Yeah,
all.
so I do, I support the installation of those signs. So basically what we'll have to do is order the signs and have those installed.
Okay. Thanks, sir. That is all the speakers we have tonight. Anything else?
I guess at this point, the board needs to move to vote on the 3 roads that we are putting on the plan that's on the draft that I sent you guys. I guess, does everyone have a draft copy of the 6-year plan?
Yes.
Mr. Fowler, the first plan that we have on our agenda is to actually adopt the 6-year plan.
Yes, yes.
And then we have in there the secondary system construction budget resolutions, which are the 3 miles that the board has picked.
Right. So you can let the board can move it at whatever stage you need to go to take care of it. But yeah, go ahead and move forward.
Before we do that, Andy, on the Little Fox Creek, will you all, based on what they said, the petitions they delivered, will you all do the analysis to see if Little Fox Creek Road qualifies, as we think about next year, the next order of roads? Will you all take that on, or do we need to wait and bring it up next year? I'm assuming, given where it is, it probably needs for a rural rustic, but I don't know.
Right. Yeah. It would be at this point in the game, it would be something we'd want to look at and review and be prepared to add to the 6-year plan next year.
Okay.
But we will go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just curious if you all will go ahead and do the analysis on it so that next year when we come to the same point, that one will already be ready to whether or not it even qualifies or not.
Yeah, we'll review it for a 6-year plan.
Okay. Good. You want to read the resolution?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Resolution in support of Virginia Department of Transportation's secondary 6-year road plan. Whereas sections 33.1 -23 and 33.1 -23.4 of the 1950 Code of Virginia as amended provides the opportunity for each county to work with the Virginia Department of Transportation in developing a secondary 6-year road plan. Whereas this board had previously agreed to assist in the preparation of this plan in accordance with the Virginia Department of Transportation policies and procedures, and participated in a public hearing on the proposed plan 2021, 2022 through 2022, 2027, as well as the construction priority list 2021 to 2022 on May 13th, 2021, after duly advertised so that all citizens of the county had the opportunity to participate in said hearing and to make comments and recommendations concerning the proposed plan and priority list. Whereas Andy Fowler, with full residency administrator of the Virginia Department of Transportation, appeared before the board and recommended approval of the 6-year plan for secondary roads 2021/22 through 2026/27, and the construction priority list 2021/22 for Grayson County, Virginia. Now therefore be it resolved that since said plan appears to be in the best interest of the secondary road system in Grayson County and of the citizens residing on the secondary system, said secondary 6-year plan 2021/22 to 2026/27 and construction priority list 2021/22 are hereby approved as presented at the public hearing adopted this 13th day of May 2021 in Grayson County, Virginia. And Mr. Chairman, I want to make one correction on what I just read. In the third line of the second paragraph, there's a misprint. It should have said 2021/2022 through 2026/27.
Okay. And you got another resolution on the secondary system construction budget.
On the individual roads, if it's with the board's permission, what I'd like to do is read, there's 3 resolutions. They're identical except for the roads that they are identifying. If I could go through and read one and then give you the additional roads on the other 2, that would that might be a best use of your time. Okay. Whereas section 33.2-332 of the Code of Virginia permits the hard servicing of certain unpaved roads deemed to qualify for designation as a rural rustic road. And whereas any such road must be located in a low density development area and have no more than 1,500 vehicles per day. And whereas the Board of Supervisors of Grayson County, Virginia, the board, desires to consider whether Route 740 on Low Gap Road beginning at intersection 730, Low Gap and Green Gable Road to Route 16, 1 mile should be designated a rural rustic road. And whereas the board is unaware of pending development that will significantly affect the existing traffic on this road, and whereas the board believes that this road should be so designated due to its qualifying characteristics, and whereas this road is in the board's 6-year plan for improvements to the secondary system of state highways, now therefore be it resolved, the board hereby designates this road a rural rustic road and requests that the residency administrator of the Virginia Department of Transportation concur in this designation. Be it further resolved, the board requests that this road be hard surfaced and to the fullest extent prudent be improved within the existing right of way and ditch lines to preserve as much as possible the adjacent trees, vegetation, side slopes, and rural rustic character along the road in their current state. Be it further resolved that a certified copy of this resolution be forwarded to the Virginia Department of Transportation Residency Administrator, adopted this 13th day of May 2021 in Grayson County, Virginia. And with your permission, I'll go ahead and read the location of the second. That paragraph would read, whereas the Board of Supervisors of Grayson County, Virginia, the board desires to consider whether Route 632 on Cold Springs Road after intersection 626 to the dead end, approximately 1.13 miles, should be designated a rural rustic road. And then the third says, whereas the Board of Supervisors of Grayson County, Virginia, the board desires to consider whether Route 626 Little River Road at the intersection of Route 632 to Allegheny Road, approximately 1.04 miles, should be designated a rural rustic road.
I guess we need to come out of public hearing before we vote on the resolutions. For motion to come out of public hearing. So moved.
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. If
Who
you
made that motion? Okay, that's the soft. It didn't sound like it.
You want me to redo it?
No, that's good, sir.
Bill need to read all that.
We'll use a different, I'll use more readers,
You did the same. Thank you.
but it didn't sound like Tom.
Somebody needs to
The
hear.
first one proved it's bad, I didn't even catch the second.
Okay. So now, if you want to give us board or you'll vote on both resolutions at one time. I look for a roll call. Ms. Ash, Ms. Reynolds.
Yay. Yes.
Ms. Ash.
Yes.
Mr. Fan.
Yes.
Ms. Sutherland.
Yes.
And I also vote yes on both resolutions.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your all's work on this.
Thanks, Andy.
Thank you, Andy.
Mr. Fowler. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Everything you do for us.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, and now I look for a motion on public hearing, see comments regarding proposed ordinance which would create a joint entity to be known as the Mount Rogers Cigarette Tax Board, pursuant to Virginia Code, section 15.2, page 13. Motion to comment go into public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
And no speakers.
No, sir.
I'll look.
Mr. Smith, I made that motion again.
I called it that time, thank you.
I look for a motion to come out of public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Do you want to read that ordinance?
Sure. Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is an ordinance approving the formation of a joint entity to be known as the Mount Rogers Cigarette Tax Board and bestowing on such entity all powers necessary and proper for the performance of its duties as provided by law. Whereas pursuant to the authority granted to localities under section 15.2-1300 of the Code of Virginia, 1950, as amended, the County of Grayson has determined that it would serve the public interest to establish a joint entity to be known as the Mount Rogers Cigarette Tax Board, known as the Board, in order to efficiently administer the collection, accounting, disbursement, compliance, monitoring, and enforcement of cigarette taxes assessed by the localities desiring to join the board. And whereas the County of Grayson has reviewed an agreement establishing the board and defining its powers, duties, and other procedures, the text of which is attached hereto and incorporated herein as Exhibit A, and is in agreement with the terms that set forth therein. And whereas the aforementioned agreement provides that it shall become effective upon the approval by the governing bodies of at least 2 localities within the Mount Rogers Planning District and the execution of said agreement by their authorized representatives. And whereas the Board of Supervisors wishes to authorize the formation of the board with the County of Grayson as a member thereof, and authorize the execution of said agreement by July 1, 2021 on its behalf. Now therefore, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Grayson hereby ordains as follows. Number 1, under authority of section 15.2-1300, and upon the approval and execution of 2 or more localities within the Mount Rogers Planning District, there is hereby created and established the Mount Rogers Cigarette Tax Board, which shall act as the agent of the localities for the administration of their respective cigarette tax ordinances. Number 2, the agreement attached hereto as Exhibit A is hereby approved, and the county administrator is authorized to execute the same on behalf of the governing body. And number 3, the powers and authority of the board as set forth in the agreement are hereby approved. This ordinance shall be effective July 1, 2021. Adopted this 13th day of May, 2021.
Mr. Chairman, I received several calls, and we did, made the statement, this is the board, this is not enacting the cigarette tax. We're just here to gather information. And their concern was this was more than the state of North Carolina. And I did my homework, and the state of North Carolina, it is a state tax, it's not a local tax. But it is 45 cents per carton and 31 cents tax per pack. So that satisfies a lot of phone calls I've received.
Okay. Anything else?
Mr. Chairman, if I could make a brief comment.
Okay.
I don't know if the board is inclined to adopt the ordinance or not, but I would point one thing out, that during the process of drafting or the legislation going through the General Assembly, there were some amendments. The version that you have provides that the board will go into effect upon the approval of 2 localities. The final version that passed the General Assembly, the magic number is 6. So if you're inclined to approve the ordinance that forms the entity, I would suggest an amendment in form of a motion to adopt it, amending that number of 2 to 6.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Can I ask a question? Mr. Chairman, do you know how many of the localities within Mount Rogers have signed on to be on the board at this moment?
I'm not sure that any have approved it at this point.
Blank.
I haven't heard from Bland. I was gonna say I haven't heard from Bland,
Okay.
but I don't believe Galax or Carroll have approved it.
Okay, thank you.
And just so we're clear, we're just talking about joining the board.
That's right.
We're not doing anything else with joining the board.
Yep.
And I'm not trying to speak for Galax, but I have heard that there is.
But what's the relevance of what you're about to say?
Speculation that they may join the board but not do the cigarette tax.
But we're only considering the resolution, so it's not relevant.
Well, they're thinking of joining the board, that part.
Okay. Any other comments?
I don't see any harm in joining the board at this point. I mean, in my mind, I'd rather have a seat at the table and have a voice in what happens or doesn't happen than to not have a seat at the table. And so that's just my take on it.
Anything else? I agree, joining the board is not imposing a cigarette tax, so everybody calm down. All right, we'll do a motion to adopt the ordinance, hinging on it being 6 entities instead of 2.
Yes.
Is that clear on that? Your motion,
I'll make a motion with that change.
your second,
Second.
all in favor, aye, say, let me do it, roll call. Mr. Evans. Mr. Ash. Stan. Sullivan.
Aye.
Also, aye. We're going to vote. Okay. Appreciate everybody on that. I know everybody's called a lot and I've listened to a lot, but everybody calm down, we've done nothing. Boys already frozen tags over there. All right, next, Mr. Smith, update on the GIS.
Brian should be. Brian, are you with us?
Yes, sir. I'm here. Okay. Brian Powell from Hurt and Profit. And I do have video. I just have it off for right now. I didn't know when you need it or if you wanted it, but I'll just sit with mute on. Let me know if you need anything.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Mr. Chairman and fellow board members, as you know, several months ago, we felt the need to look at our GIS system. And thanks to the board for driving that through citizens that have spoken to you and said we need to do something. And so we have started down that road, and it's exciting to where we have gone at this point, and we're looking forward to the future. And so we have Mr. Larry Holt, Commissioner of Revenue here. We have Mr. Brian Powell from Hurt and Profit that is here tonight also and have been a part of this, intricate part of this process. And so we have just a few slides to show you, and hopefully you have a better understanding and feel better about where we're headed in GIS in Grayson County.
All right, first, just to give an update of what GIS is. GIS is Graphical Information Systems. It's the framework of gathering, managing, and analyzing spatial data, geographical data. So it's a fancy word for a map that really has some information on it. Now, as far as Grayson County with the Web GIS, the Web GIS is an extensive tool to obtain geographical representation of parcel data within Grayson County. It is slowly, or I wouldn't say slowly, but it started picking up speed, and in the last year, more people are using our Web GIS than they have before in the past. Our Grayson County Web GIS is hosted by Hurt and Profit. Brian Powell has been a great asset helping us get that updated and get it online. And he was also a part of the process of trying to figure out our issues and do better with that.
Working goal. Yes. Okay, the GIS challenges that we face. We have hand-drawn maps. You all are probably all familiar with that. We have original partial data maps that were hand-drawn years ago. Some of them doesn't even have a survey with it. So that presents challenges. Then the combined multiple layers that we have over the years, multiple map layers have been joined together, creating misshaped polygons. So you're going to see a little bit about what I just said there when Carl takes back over the pointer. Updates to H&P on a quarterly basis. We're gonna talk about that a little later on, but we have found that since meeting and looking at it with a closer critical eye, that quarterly updates is not enough. And so it's causing delays in the updates, some of the things that you all have talked about and experienced from citizens not being happy. This will help. Increase in property transfers. As we all know, the pandemic came in 2020, but even though the pandemic was here, it also, we saw a dramatic increase in house and purchases and transfers, and that created bottlenecks because I guess all you all seen, you put a house up and sometimes it's on the market for a week or two and it's gone. Sometimes a day or two. I know one sold out in my area that the sign never made it in yard and it was gone. And then I'd like to point out too that GIS is not a legal binding document or a tool that we can go by. The dependency on WebGIS has grown, but the data is not legally binding. It still takes surveys, deeds, and all that. Somebody can't just come in and say, that line's not right. The oak tree is my line and I know it, and that's what you need to change it to. We can't do that. It's not legally binding. Okay. Carl, talk to them about that.
Okay.
What I was referencing.
This is one of the examples of some inconsistencies that we find in the WebGIS, and this is taken from a hand-drawn map. Now we're looking at the parcel 186C. As you see from the hand-drawn map, it shows the shape of it that kind of represents what is showing on the WebGIS. However, if you look at the survey for the same property, 186C, you can tell that the parcel, the shape is not correct. So, we do not know of these issues until something happens that is causing owners to look at the parcels from either neighbors or from the parcel itself. So we have to go in and correct it. So really that parcel on the right should have a line correcting the property shape as the one on the right side of the page.
This one should have actually been here. WebGIS shows it here. This line should actually be there.
So, and with the hand-drawn maps, you also miss an element that is really important. That's the aerial photography, the landscape. When these were transferred over from hand-drawn to digital, it didn't take into consideration some of the geographic.
Why are hand-drawn the standard? Why isn't survey the basis for what GIS is based on in the first place?
The hand-drawn maps were the basis of creating the WebGIS to begin with. They were the shapes from they're in a book in commission.
No, I got it. But why? I mean, we've been doing this for going on 30 years, and so not the county per se, but
Yeah.
Surveys have been around as long as hand-drawn maps have been around. But as I said, we have some properties in our deed books that doesn't even have a survey. They've been through the family.
Yeah, I
history and
understand.
all.
I'm just trying to understand why at this day and age, given when GIS came to be, and that surveys have been being done on a lot of properties, not all, because there's always exceptions. Why is survey the standard by which?
It is now. I mean, when somebody comes in with a survey in property, when they buy land, they have to have a survey. So that does get corrected.
That's always been the case.
Yeah, but until the WebGIS, before the WebGIS, any surveys that were done, they're in the deeds, but they're not. They haven't transferred those into the WebGIS. So that was a problem.
Might have something.
And I was just saying, you don't have to have a survey to buy a piece of property today.
So it's not a law. It's not a requirement to have survey.
No. And a lot will, because they won't know exactly where the property lines are, but a lot
is not.
Okay.
And you record the deed without that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but you're taking a chance.
Yeah, right.
But you can do all that without doing a survey.
And this
You're not
is,
subdividing.
yeah,
Subdividing would be the.
yeah, so, you know, somebody has property and they want to divide it among their children, they.
Well, like it's into our zone, yeah.
But yeah, and this is just one example of, you know, some of the issues that we face that we don't know about until someone brings it to our attention.
So the process, identifying the problems, citizens notified, just as Mr. Caldwell said, they identify the problem and they bring it to us, and that's how we find out we have incorrect GIS data. Investigate the data, and parcels investigated using legal surveys and deeds to identify the problem. And then the updates are sent to Hurt and Profit, Mr. Brian Powell, that's on with us tonight. And the uploads are made and the correct information is sent into the web GIS then. So in this committee meeting that Mr. Powell was part of, Mr. Bolt was part of, and one of his employees, Carl, myself, and Mr. Jay Black, the zoning administrator. Am I missing anyone? We went in this room here, and what I thought would be probably a couple-hour meeting turned into a 4-hour meeting. We got into the meat of the subject and really dove in and saw got in some issues that we had, to the point to where after even the meeting was over, I think Mr. Bolt and Mr. Caldwell and Mr. Brian Powell, I think they met for a while, another hour or two.
Yeah, and we did correct some issues right then.
Yeah, so they got into correcting some issues, setting up some things that they knew they could do, some quick fixes. And so that was a very good meeting. But they decided during that time too, these quarterly updates that I talked about earlier, that's not enough. There's too much information coming in now. There's too much time passing, and somebody comes back and says, why isn't this fixed yet? So now the weekly updates are going to go on the basis from our person that here in the county to Hurt and Profit, Brian Powell, and he'll put them in on a weekly basis. Instant communication, updates are sent.
It's on that point, on the previous 2 slides ago, you said it was a quarterly update delivered by hand.
Yes.
Right?
Correct. There's 2 forms of updates, and I left out the other one. The other update is the digital data from Stonewall. That is from the real estate system. That updates are sent to Brian Powell, and that updates like the information from the parcel, like the acreage and the ownership and all that.
Does that come from the clerk, or where's that?
That comes from that comes from Commissioner Revenue's office. The other update is there's about 2 updates. One is what Larry does in the Commissioner of Revenue when people purchase land and you know, divide up land or something like that. The other one is when actually people do find errors, and that goes through the building official's office. If they find an error, that's where we do the investigation, do the correction, and send it to Brian.
And that's why Miss Jada Black was in the meeting, because she catches those things too. And then Miss Tiffany Adams works in Larry's with the Bolt's office.
So you mentioned Stonewall, is that a software or something?
Stonewall is the company that we use for real estate. They maintain real estate data through the camera, through AS400. So when you know, Tiffany or even anyone in the Commissioner Revenue's office, when they enter data, it goes into that system. So when you do assessments and stuff, that's the data that the assessment is based on.
And how often is that system updated?
That is updated. Our system's updated as it comes in to Larry's office, but getting it updated to WebGIS takes that extra, taking that data from that and uploading it to Hurt and Profit.
So again, I want to make sure I'm trying to understand. So somebody buys a piece of real estate, they file the deed at the clerk's office, right? Then the clerk does what they got to do, and then it gets transferred over to you somehow. Is that right?
Correct.
How often does that update occur? Because there's a lot of property changing hands right now. So how long? Because that's going to drive when your update gets to the GIS.
And something to remember too, tax tickets go out on to the owner of at January 1. Okay, so you buy a piece of property from me, but I owned it on January 1. This year's tax bill is still gonna have my name, but we would get changed, my name in care of John Van at your address, kind of deal. So the full transfer won't actually occur till the following year, but the data will already be in there, it'll just be in care of you for 1 year. I mean, yeah, through the rest of it. Or if it gets changed again.
That came out in our committee meeting, and that was because we get citizens, and I know you all do, that say, why is my name still on this? And that's exactly the point.
How long after you get it, Mr. Bolt, does Mr. Hall get the information?
Mr. Hall gets information one time a year when he gets to the real estate book. That's all he needs. He's just getting the tax tickets, the information for the tax tickets for each year.
But nothing in between?
No. Never has. I mean, there's no reason for the treasurer's office to have that.
But so back to the thing. So the clerk, the court files the deed. It's in her system on, let's say, on 2 January. That information is then immediately sent over to your system.
We get copies of deeds at the end of each month from the clerk's office.
Electronically?
Okay. No, paper copies of the deeds.
So then you all manually enter that information off of those deeds into your.
I mean, the deeds you have to read them and see what's happening. You know, I mean, who's it going to?
No, right.
Is it a full transfer? Is it a partial?
You all got to do your work, but because you're getting it in paper copy from the clerk, you're going to have to you read through it, and then you all manually enter it into this Stonewall system or whatever it's called. Is that right?
Right.
And then so however long that takes you to process it once a month or whatever, then once a month, Stonewall is updating GIS. Or is it every day that you enter new information, there's an automatic transfer to?
No, it's more, yeah, it monthly or something.
And that was a part of, you know, when we were trying to identify problems, was that streamlining. In the past, it was kind of put into a folder and then quarterly taken, the hand-drawn maps taken to Hurt and Profit to look at. But the digital data was uploaded onto their server, and they would get that update instantaneously.
So then now the information so what are the updates that are going weekly?
So the weekly updates are both the same. It's still the digital, and it's also the scanned copies of the maps. But the digital information just has the details, like the owner and like the acreage and all that, correct? And then the hand drawn, or the correction to the shape files are, you know, shows the map and what the correction should look like.
So there could be changes that originate in Jada's office and the building that Commissioner Raby wasn't involved with because of whatever. And therefore, those updates are what's being sent potentially on a weekly update, and his may come only once a month.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, the change you're talking about, Jada, I would very well say we get a lot more than Jada does.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because Jada just gets involved. The example that you had up there a while ago with that piece that was wrong,
right?
That one, this person, this is a single wide, and this person was thinking about removing the single wide and putting in a double wide. And the issue with Jada came up is this person will have enough room put it in. When you looked at over here, there was plenty of room. The guy said, well, you know, my fence line only goes right there. And come find out he was exactly right. So, you know, and it has to be so far from the fence line or whatever. So that's how we caught that one, for example. And that survey that was back of screen too, this one, that's my old writing right there. I found that on the job, Fred. I found, no, I just wrote it to the data. I found that survey in an old deed book that was actually in there. But, you know, once upon a time, if surveys were recorded, a lot of people maybe didn't, I don't know the exact phrasing here, but it may not be quite as important as they are today, you know. So, but that survey was actually here, you know. So I was able to find it, and then we got that, and then we got it and saw how the line needed to come like this, and this helped Jada out for that. But, I mean, we get calls daily, you know, with something maybe not quite right. And I'll give you one example, was over this past weekend. Because you do get contacted other than during the day. It was actually Saturday night, about 8 o'clock. But anyway, the guy was asking about his mother's property, and he was looking on here, and you go back to the one more like that, you know, where it looked like sort of like this, but and GIS matched, you know, supposedly comes from here, but when it was transferred over, there was like one line that was left out. So it didn't show his mother. She actually had like 130 acres, and it probably showed her only 20 acres, you know. And he was trying to look at that. Able to go back and look at the old property maps, and it looked like the line cut off here instead of the other guy's property coming on down. So, but it went back, I dug back on that one to deeds from, it was a description of the deeds, but it was back like in 1920. No recorded survey with it or anything. And, but, you know, the map had the line going here, and he thought that was about right. So that was a change that we can get to Brian and kind of deal. But, you know, that's probably the biggest question people, you know, mine doesn't look right. And in the past, they didn't know it didn't look right unless they were up here looking at the old paper maps, you know. And then you look at old paper maps, and you can look at that, you don't really know if they're right or not because you don't have the photography, you know, over it, because then you see where the trees are, the barn, the house, or whatever. And, you know, as we become aware of that, we can, you know, hopefully get it fixed, you know. And you know, that last example, you know, it's going to be Brian drawing in one little line right there that's going to connect two things. It's going to solve probably the problems in that case.
Do you still get these with only so steps to the steel rod and?
Oh, yeah.
3-axe handle, 3-axe marks on the tree.
Marks on the oak tree.
Yeah.
The rock in the crate to the oak stump, you know, and
Old lumber road. I mean, there's
I mean, there's descriptions there, and you know, a lot of people will get a survey, and in the past, a lot of people has surveyed. A lot of people didn't ever get the surveys recorded up here. A lot of people didn't want them on. You know, if you record it, it's public record. If Tom Rebels gets one, I go down and look and see what Tom has. A lot of people went away from that. In today's time, more and more people are recording. There's a lot that the deed may reference a survey, but it's not here. Yeah. Then if the person's got a question, they may be able to find that. I'm sorry.
So you can see what we're dealing with and people's way of thinking, some antiquated stuff that we're still dealing with. So it's not up to date. Everybody does a survey, everybody does this now, and it's gonna be good one of these years. We still got a lot that we're gonna be dealing with, and the more you get into this, the more we see that. And so, yes, there's some things that we've seen that we can make instant improvement in, instant communications, but then there's other things that's gonna take more time. And then that leads to the last point on this slide, and that's the part-time utilization of help that the board is very well aware of in our budget. And we have completed the interviews and have made selected the contract help that we're gonna have in this area. The skill and the talent, some of it being local, that went to Radford and came back. I know that's a board initiative too, is how can we get some of our young going, getting educated, not going somewhere else, but coming back and serving Grayson County. In this case,
compared to what Brian does at Hurt Profit.
this person,
Yeah, what's this person gonna do based on what Brian's doing at Hurt Profit right now?
okay, a lot of the things and the job description you have with,
I mean,
yes, yeah.
Dude, I mean, I'm trying to understand, we're talking about the part-time.
We're gonna do a
person
lot
as
of
part the
pros, yeah.
solution, but if the system is housed at H&P and Brian's doing these updates on a weekly basis, what is this person gonna do?
Okay.
Yeah, I can get the proper description. This person will help, kind of streamline this with being kind of the middle person to interact with Hurt Profit on, with the problems that they're getting, but also to do a proactive and look at some of these deeds. There are some, if you look on our WebGIS, you'll see some unknown parcels. Some of those unknown parcels, we don't know the history of them. So this would be something that they could investigate.
More efficiency, we're looking for better efficiency. We're looking for, instead of being reactive to everything, because we don't have anybody really, that's tied focused to this web GIS job, as you all know. And now we can have somebody that is focused on this instead of being reactive to everything. We're going to get to a spot, not in the beginning, where we can be proactive in some of this and finding these problems and working with the zoning department, working with Mr. Bolt's department, and also with Hurt Profit. And we don't know right now what the end result will possibly look like until we get into the adventure of how Grayson County can look in web GIS when we take things up a notch and up to the next level. It may be a completely different strategy in the way we do business now, but we're not prepared at this point to say that.
And Supervisor Fant, to answer part of that, this person, this is a big part of it, but, we're looking at other utilizations for GIS in Grayson County other than this. There'll be other ways to explore, like with tourism, using the GIS for maps for tourism, using GIS to help with the sheriff's office with some of their crime tracking.
The water system.
The water system.
The different things that other counties have, if you go and look, but ours is lacking. It's because we don't have a focus.
This is just scratching the surface of what GIS can do, and we want to do more.
Is that kind of like what you call layering?
Yes.
Yes.
Layering on the.
So the example with the sheriff's office, you have certain crimes, some thefts in certain areas. You can actually get that data and put it into a map, and you'll know where your target areas are, where you need to increase your patrols. Something like that.
Like Mr. Caldwell said, we're not scratching the surface, as you all know. We're actually being reactive. It reminds me of where we were when I first came here and we didn't have an IT department. I can't imagine that now, not having an IT department. I don't know where we'd be, but we didn't have when I first came here, and I don't know how we survived. I know, well, I do. We piecemealed and we patched and we struggled. We struggled. Yes. And we got whoever to come in that could help us, different people, and they'd do it this way and another person do it this way. And we had a mess. But anyway, so it's web GIS. It's exciting to think where we can be at a few months and years down the road versus where we are now. I think we can bring Grayson County. I know we can bring Grayson County to the front from where we are now. and you all hear about that. So the goals, to streamline the process, gather data, investigate, send H&P on a timely basis. That's one of our things. Let's increase our efficiency. We know we can get better and faster than where we are now. Improve accuracy, become more proactive. We've already talked about that. Be more proactive by looking for inaccuracies in the web GIS that involves checking data and surveys and all that. We know we can get a lot better just by focusing, having someone focus on this area. The better functionality, also explore options to make Grayson County Web GIS more informational. For example, displaying property cards.
Yeah, in other localities, more localities are using property cards on their web GIS, and that's a big request from real estate offices. For Larry's offices, people want property cards, so Larry has to print it out, fax it to them. So we're looking at, putting those property cards out on the web GIS so that the information's there. But there's more. We want to increase the functionality of our web GIS just beyond the parcel data. There's, like we said before, there's other maps we can do. We can kind of incorporate other maps that we're working with in the county into the web GIS. And that's where Hurt and Profit comes in, because they know how to put all that together. If we make the maps, we can give it to Hurt Profit. They can put it up on the web GIS.
Okay, before we go to questions, Mr. Bolt and Mr. Brian Powell, I'd like to turn it over to you all for any comments or anything that you all might have to say before we take the board's questions.
I'll yield to Mr. Powell.
Okay, Mr. Powell. Is he?
So yeah, I mean, it was a great presentation. Basically, I just want to iterate, like, the reason why everything started with the hand-drawn tax maps is that's the way it was originally, 30 years ago or 25 years ago. What you have to do is balance the workload, and I'm writing a proposal specifically for this for another county. You have to balance accuracy with time. So the more accurate things get, the more time it takes and the more money it costs. So the best data they had back then, they might have had some surveys, but when you're talking about, I got the mapping up now, there is, right now there are about 20,000 parcels in Grayson County. So to actually pull all those, research all those plats and then hand draw them in based on coordinate geometry is very time consuming. I don't know what the cost was to originally draw it, but I can guarantee you it was a lot cheaper using the hand drawn maps. And the hand drawn maps are a flat representation, and it has to be draped over all the contours and the topology of the map. So when you get it referenced in with streets and things, it's not going to be that accurate. You're taking a hand drawn map, overlaying it on contours in a mountainous area like Grayson County. So that's where you get some inconsistencies. That's where you're going to get line work that goes through buildings. A couple of years ago, we went through and changed a lot of those lines up to make it fit better. I do know in Grayson County, we've almost done over 2,800 parcel splits from coordinate geometry. We know exactly where those are located, and we actually flag them. So when somebody clicks on a parcel, it'll actually tell you that it was put in using a survey plat. So all this stuff gets built into the system, so you get confidence on how accurate your GIS is. So talking about this other locality, they've been putting in plats forever, and they don't know where they put them. So they've had some turnover. They don't know how accurate their parcels are, but they are saying there's 1,000 that they know that are inaccurate. And they're asking us to log into their deed system that they have scanned and research where these plats are and to put them in. So when you're talking about, something like 1,000, that's going to be a big chunk of change. But yeah, there's been a lot of stuff going on with Grayson County, and I think just this year we put in about 300 splits so far with coordinate geometry so far. Going back to some of the things that the workflows that we changed or that were in place, there's a script that runs that pulls that AS400 data. All they got to do is click a button and then drop it in a Dropbox that we already have set up. That Dropbox notifies us that data has arrived from Grayson County. So yeah, they can facilitate that anytime they want. So that means, and Larry can vouch for this, sometimes we'll ask for the real estate database because there's been some parcel changes and we want the newest real estate database. So they can email us, they can send that to us, and we can have WebGIS updated with new ownership information, probably within 15 minutes of getting that notification. So as long as they send it and keep it on, you know, every week, we can update that website pretty quick. Tiffany's been sending some updates here and there. We've been taking care of that. In the past month and a half, we've updated the website 15 times. So so that's that part of that scope that we've put in place to expedite all this workflow. So, and I think that's it for me, unless you guys have questions.
Question,
Larry? Okay, that's our last slide, I think, is,
Yeah, I'm just trying to, so we said at the very beginning that GIS is not legal advice. So what we're after is not perfection, we're after good enough. And so if we're after good enough, how do we know that we're good enough? Right now, the only measure that I think we have, and I'm not saying we're there yet, we've probably got some work to do to figure out our measures of effectiveness. But right now, the only measure I think we have is a phone call saying my lines ain't right on my map on the GIS. So how do we, you know, how do we know we're good enough? I mean, that is where I'm kind of.
I think when we get our part-time contracted help in here, they're the ones that's going to dive into this thing and help us determine how bad we are. And hopefully, instead of, we got to get past, I think y'all in the committee would agree, we have to get out of the reactive mode to the proactive. And this person will allow this focus on WebGIS, this person being here, that's going to allow us. Yeah, they're going to have to come in, they're going to have to find out where we are, just like we did with IT. When Carl came in, you know, what all's going on. We're going to have to find that out. What are the processes of how we're handling it right now? And that could change. So, and in doing that, this WebGIS information is going to be downloaded quicker to hurt the process. It's going to become more accurate. It's not ever going to be a legal binding thing because the deed and survey does that. But all the information and all the layers of that we can gain besides just the tax map stuff, the layers that we can gain in improving the county is through, whether it's through the sheriff's department, the water department, whatever process that we want to get better at, we have those capabilities too. And I'm excited about the contract people that we have come in. We've got some experience coming in that knows what they're doing. They know they've done it, and they have a lot of it. They talk way over my head. It's been exciting to you know, be in this process and learn more about what you guys. 20,000 parcels in Grayson County, the different things that Larry and Brian have done. It's been exciting, but it shows me that we've got a lot to improve. And
but you've got two line of effort right now. You've got an effort that Perk Profit is currently doing.
Yes.
And then you've got this line of effort about hiring a possible part-time person to take on really administrative oversight, collection, answer the phone call, consolidating the information, and passing it right. So the stuff that we got a system that's running right now. It may not be running effectively. How, you know, what do we have any sort of ability to assess? Are we getting better other than a stat that says we updated 20,000 pieces of code this year in Grayson County? Great, but if it's still wrong, it's still wrong. You know, bad data in, bad data out. Okay. So I've got two lines of effort, one that's underway and one that may or may not happen. How do we make sure the one that we know is happening, which is what Brian's doing right now, how do we know that we're getting better?
I think the feedback back from Mr. Brian Powell will be one thing that comes back. I know in the committee meeting, we were comparing, Mr. Powell was comparing us to other counties. And I asked the question, where would you put us at right now, currently? Where are we at compared to the other counties that you work with in comparison? I was surprised that we're not the worst, I think Mr. Powell said, but we got a lot of ground to gain in the processes and efficiency, and accuracy, and other things that we can do in web GIS besides just making sure our parcels are to be compared to the other counties.
Carroll County has part-time GIS.
No, they got full-time. Yes, sir.
They did, but they put their position out last year as their budget.
Oh, when they did all that.
So as far as right now, Carroll County, you go their GIS, everything about that. You go Grayson County.
And they had
problem, maybe not. And that's the problem. I mean,
they had a very good position, a very good person in that position. I happen to know he used to work at Galax, and he went to Carroll County.
and I think probably Google Maps probably comes down on that GIS.
Is that correct, Mr. Powell?
The aerial maps are actually from VG. They do.
Yeah, I didn't get all of that. I didn't hear all of that.
I was asking if Google Maps layered with Grayson County GIS, and Carl said it was something else.
Yeah,
No.
he's about the aerial photography, where that comes from.
Yeah, the state flies that in yearly intervals, so it's usually I think they got it 3 years, and the western half was flown 2 years ago. So they start with the east, and they do the middle section of Virginia, and then do the east. So there's but it's flown by the state, and the state provides that to localities. You can upgrade it for extra additional cost to get a little higher resolution. And there's some other data packages you have to buy separately, but they give you the imagery every 3 years. So yeah, but going back to like how well Grayson is, you guys have been, I mean, I brag about you guys just because you're a small community who has no GIS team, and through collaborative efforts like what we went through with the whole team there in February, just listen to what you guys want and then progressing you in the steps and the speed that you want to be at. But as far as your parcel layer and what concerns you have, everybody has the same concerns. When all this data was created, there's always going to be there's always going to be errors in this haystack. So what we're using the public for is to identify these errors, and over time these errors get fixed. You can be proactive, which we've started all of our clients. We have like 30, so that's why I can sit here and kind of rank throughout the state how Grayson County stacks up to other localities, even ones that have multiple people on their GIS team. You guys are beating them. So we've been doing parcel analysis. So I've been sending out a list of all these parcels that aren't finding a real estate match or something like that. That's something that this new position, they can take that list and start running with it, and that would be an easy way to improve the accuracy. I think there's like 5 or 6% of the parcels that aren't finding a real estate match, and that could be like a typo or a parcel that's not actually in the mapping. Or so there's this whole list that we generate. So we're trying to be proactive. We do this for every client. But yeah, you guys are nowhere near the bottom. I've seen way worse, but you guys are doing the right thing as far as trying to be proactive and correcting things. So.
And one good thing I would like to add, and the board has basically made this decision. We're starting this out under contract, year contract, and reevaluate after a year, and we can see where we're at. And is it worth it? Do we continue on with the contractor position? I really feel like, and I know I've been into it through the 4-hour meeting and the correspondence with Larry or Mr. Powell or Carl or whoever. But I really feel like at one of these days, WebGIS in Grayson County will be full-time because of the things that you can do with it. But I know that's how optimistic I feel about it. But right now, just to reassure the board, it's a contracted position. Let's see what happens. And I feel optimistic that it's going to be good.
So,
I hear Brian talking about accuracy. So I guess the more accurate the ball's in our court, the more accurate our information that we put in this Dropbox, the better off we are. Right?
Exactly.
And all the changes that you're talking about, all the changes that Brian's making, those are exactly, I mean, he's
Those are
getting
exactly right.
a survey, and I mean, there's one that went from not being good to one being good. So, each one of instead of talking about how many times it's updated, how many changes he's made, each change is getting better. There went one that maybe not to one it is.
Is
Yeah.
still
Go ahead.
part of any of this?
Yeah, Vaminet's from Stonewall.
Yeah. I just don't know much about that side of the of Stonewall.
Can be a paid subscription service or.
And
yeah,
know more about
Go ahead,
Vaminett.
Brian probably does.
Yeah, so Vaminett is like a paid subscription to show like the property information. And like Tiffany sent me this morning, like just a printed out property card just to help us identify a landowner and try to match it up with a parcel. And we have several clients that have Stonewall Technologies. And basically what we do is we've taken that database and like we'll use Rockbridge County for instance, because they recently added property cards. So basically what their property card looks like is an exact printout of what Tiffany sent me this morning from their Stonewall software. So I guess that's what Larry's gonna have, he'll print those out and fax those, to a constituent who's interested in our property. Right now, Rockbridge County, when somebody identifies a parcel, they can click on a property card link that opens that property card up and has all the information. They redacted photos, like structure photos and building footprints from it, just because that's what they want. But I know in Flavanna County, they actually have pictures on a secure login. But some people have pictures, structure pictures on their property cards. So that's what Vaminett is. It's just instead of like paying a subscription, we just create them, and it's in sync with WebGIS. So.
Yeah, in insurance. When I was in insurance.
Is there any other further questions?
Can I say one other thing? Just as an example, I had a lady today, and according to her deed and everything, she had 39 acres of land. She's getting ready to sell her land. She decided to have her land surveyed, and she brought in a new survey. Didn't look exactly like how it was on GIS, I will say that. But she actually only has 30 acres of land, So it's amazing how, if you talk about taxable parcels and how much we have and everything, we lost 9 acres of land today, But tomorrow we might gain that back with another one that surveys larger, like that. But like with hers, now we've got that survey, that'll get changed. She's gonna have 30. It's gonna get exactly right when it gets to Brian, kind of deal. So that's just part of the ebb and flow on all of it, kind of deal. I've just always thought it was sort of interesting.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank Mr. Powell for joining us tonight, and Mr. Bolt for taking time out of his schedule to come with us tonight. And this has been a good process, and it's been enjoyable sitting down and seeing what all we didn't know and challenges and aspects of getting better, and looking forward to it. So thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Brian. Thank you, Brian.
Okay.
You're welcome. Everybody enjoy your evening.
You too.
Moving right along, old business, we have none. New business, proclamation, River Month. Sheriff.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to read the proclamation and then provide some information when that's over, but Supervisor Fant made a recommendation that I think the board should, recommended change to the resolution that I think the board should consider. And that is to change the, in the top it says, in support and recognition of August 2021 as Clean River Month. And change that to just say, in support and recognition of August as Clean River Month, rather than put a year in so that every year August will be Clean River Month. I think that's a good suggestion. I would suggest that to the board as a change to the resolution. With that, okay. Proclamation of the Grayson County Board of Supervisors in support and recognition of August as Clean River Month. Whereas nestled in the Blue Ridge Mountains and home to the New River, Grayson County is truly fortunate to have such natural wonders. And whereas no one can be certain how many generations have experienced the wonder and beauty of the New River, those who paddle, fish, tube, camp, swim, or just pause to marvel at its wonder understand the richness of a New River experience. We share a bond that is as deep as it is wide, as placid as it is swift, as simple as it is majestic. These are the experiences that have enriched the lives of our generation and generations before us. They are what nourish our resolve to protect and preserve the New River for the next generation and those to follow. Whereas in Grayson County, we realize that we must encourage our community to be stewards of this natural wonder. It is in this light that we, the Board of Supervisors of Grayson County, proclaim the month of August to be Clean River Month in Grayson County, striving to protect the New River in our county as we build the next generation of stewards who will protect it going forward. In support of this proclamation, the county will work with other organizations to provide developmental programs and activities that will further increase our awareness of the New River as we learn and embrace our stewardship responsibilities, develop an overall communication involving campaign to let citizens and visitors know how they can contribute to this effort, encourage property owners with river frontage to safely conduct river cleanup efforts on the banks and in river from the river bordering their property, and to deposit the river debris in designated key pickup locations. Provide promotional and logistical support for organizations and groups that organize or sponsor in-river float cleanup events during the month of August. Provide promotional materials encouraging kayakers, tubers, canoers, and boaters of all types to pick up debris and trash during their trips and deposit it in the provided containers as designated takeout locations. Now therefore be it resolved that the Grayson County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims August as Clean River Month and encourages all citizens and businesses to do their part in helping to keep our New River clean. Adopted this 13th day of May 2021 in Grayson County, Virginia.
Whoa.
Yes, it does. The person that has led this, this effort has been persistent and really helpful in getting us to this point is Keith Andrews. And
you keep saying persistent.
Hey, you showed up one time, that counts.
We wanted to thank him and for his care and love of the New River and of Grayson County. And we have we'd like to present you with this proclamation.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Keith. And
everybody come up for a photo shoot. So if you want to leave this, I think we'll change that up to be August instead of May.
yeah. All right. Sorry about that.
Take one with the flags. The mask are off and smiling.
You need me to bend down, Carl?
I know you're fine. I got you. All right, thank you.
if I keep doing this, I'm going to try for Colonel Sanders.
Chief, thanks for the work.
Oh, the work is just.
That's right, that's right. I'm gonna talk a little bit about that in a second.
Okay.
Thank you, Keith. Mr. Chairman, if I could give a little bit of background on where we're gonna go moving forward. Keith and I have talked several times over the years. He's been like I said, I've been absolute fiery supporter of trying to get something done here in the New River. We finally reached that point. And I wanted to let you know that we're going to have our first meeting on meeting of I guess a New River. We'll have to come up with a name. Yep. Conservancy. No, it's not conservancy, but New River. We'll have to come up with a name. We've invited several people and several companies to attend. We invited Michelle Pridgeon, the New River Conservancy, the Department of Wildlife Resources, Blue Ridge Discovery Center, the Department of Conservation and Recreation, Department of Forestry, the New River Group, the Recreation Department, Public Works, and 4-H. And so far, everyone has agreed to attend, send a representative, and Mr. Andrews and I are going to lead that first meeting.
And also a lot of your leaders of the various departments.
Absolutely.
So,
What day is that meeting?
That is May the 26th at 1 o'clock at the 1908 courthouse. Thank you.
I guess we need to vote on this proclamation, correct?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you do.
Motion to approve.
So moved.
Second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Proclamation. Okay. Cool. Okay, take care. Appreciate all your work. All right.
Thanks, Keith.
Absolutely.
See you soon.
You have to stay till 12 o'clock. All right, next, resolution, Wildwood Commerce Park refinance.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we've been Reseda Group. We've been talking about trying to refinance the debt. And we've had a quite an extensive discussion about trying to do that now with the rates the way they are. You've been involved, I've been involved, Mike, us, the supervisor Hash has been involved to some degree, and we've reached a point that we think that there's a great opportunity for us to refinance. It's very detailed and complex, but we've asked our outstanding attorney, Steve Durbin, to help lead us through some of the details so that we can see if you all are supportive of our participation in the refinancing of the Wildwood debt.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have in your agenda packets an approving resolution of the Board of Supervisors of Grayson County to authorize the support of the refinancing. In, I guess, simplest terms, I'm happy to go into as much detail as you like, but in simplest terms, there's an opportunity to refinance the 2016 note on the Wildwood property that was in the initial issue amount of $5 million. Refinance that, be 4.7 million at this point, at a lower interest rate with an interest savings, and also without a security interest on the real estate itself. That gives Reseda flexibility to recruit industry to come into the Wildwood Commerce Center. What we would be recommending tonight is the Board of Supervisors to approve the resolution to authorize the financing. Approval of the resolution approves the constituent documents, which are also included, which would be the refunding support agreement, the bond purchase and loan agreement, the assignment agreement, and the approve the refunding bond itself. We have a specimen refunding bond included in your packet as well. The city of Galax has voted to approve on Monday night. The county of Carroll voted to approve on Monday night. So Grayson County is the keystone here at this point for the financing. So there are any other details? I guess I should add that the financing is divided amongst the localities three ways. The Grayson County portion, because you're a county, is moral obligation, not general obligation. That would require a referendum. So this is moral obligation financing, which is consistent with what you did in 2016 as well. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to address it.
Could you help me understand moral obligation versus the other type of obligation?
Sure. Moral obligation financing, basically it's an agreement that we're going to approve.
We're giving them our word.
Yes, on an annual basis, we're going to approve it. We're giving our word. That is the kind of thing that if you, that would affect our creditworthiness going forward if it weren't honored. But it differs from general obligation financing. The simplest way I could describe it, general obligation financing, if you don't honor the terms of the financing, you could be taken to circuit court and ordered by the judge to raise your taxes in order to pay your obligations. That is legally enforceable. Moral obligation is just, I promise we're going to do this, appropriate it on an annual basis, and we're going to act in good faith. But it's not legally enforceable the way general obligation is.
So if we default, they couldn't sue us.
They couldn't sue you. They could report it to your credit rating agencies and make difficulty for you to borrow in the future. But no, they couldn't take you to court.
But given we're a public entity and that we're taking this obligation as in good faith with the other two partners, why would we not do the general obligation as a matter of more commitment?
Simplest reason is that general obligation financing for counties requires a referendum. So you have to go through that whole process, get a quorum, get it put on the ballot, the citizens vote on it, and then you would have to vote afterwards to approve it.
Thanks.
Sure.
Any questions? Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Steve.
Stick around for that.
I guess, with the motion, approve the resolution. Second. Do a roll call. Evans?
Yes.
Styles?
Yes.
Grant?
Aye.
So,
Aye.
also aye. Resolution passed.
Thank you.
Okay, next board appointments.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, for Reseda, the term for myself expires on May 16, 2021. I would think that I think the way the proceeding is structured, Steve, maybe you can answer this for me. It requires the county administrator to be on the board at Reseda? Do you know off the top of your head?
Yeah, if my memory serves, the way the board was formed, the county administrator serves as ex officio.
Okay.
So you should be on there by virtue of being county administrator.
Okay. So obviously, I would be willing to continue if you want to continue. The alternate is Mike Cash, and his term ends in 2023. You want me to go through all of these?
Two that we can vote on is the city that Carol Grayson is on solid waste. The other three we just have to talk about. Solid waste, you're gonna stay on there too, correct?
Yes.
So we can vote on those two. And the EDA,
Yeah, you're right.
all those.
Yep.
Except.
Yes.
Yes, on the solid waste thing. How many people do we have on solid waste? You two?
We have three of us.
Each
Who's
jurisdiction
the
has
third?
to have three.
I mean, from a time standpoint, is that the best use? Why, like Jonathan Luke, why can't he serve on that instead of you?
I agree.
Well, I'm just throwing out as an idea.
Yeah,
Sure.
I don't know. I think that isn't there a rule that has to be, the county administrator has to be on it?
Or board member.
It's a great group. I'm probably,
Is it
the least.
and or four?
It's the three, it's the two county administrators, city manager. All on that.
So it's in the bylaws that it has to be the county administrator.
That is my understanding.
yeah, that's what I understand too.
But, yeah, okay. Everybody's serving.
I'm not saying that everybody serving is not
I know,
who
right?
they are, but if it's not a real requirement, if it's not a real requirement,
Yeah.
it's just the way we've
Let me
always done it.
look into that just to verify it.
I'm just, yeah, I mean, it may be a professional development
Yeah.
opportunity as well as just frees up your time, but
That would be
but
great.
if you're the guy because that's what's in the bylaws and that's what.
Okay.
You gotta get rid of it.
So are you asking the table to?
Well, I'm asking it, yeah, I mean, it expires, but if you're willing to serve until we resolve this
Sure.
issue, then
Absolutely.
we can, then I would recommend we just table this until we get an answer on that particular one.
Okay.
If that's the pleasure. of the
Well,
board.
I think, when you have, Mitch and Brenda, who have been on there for quite some time and very involved in it and very active. I'm sort of, in a way, kind of the new guy still in the group. I don't think I hate to say it, but I don't think I really think it's overkill.
Well, but if it's required by the bylaws, then it's not up for discussion. But if there's some flexibility, then it might, let's just at least ask.
Yeah, sure.
That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, gotcha.
We can find that out tomorrow.
Okay.
For now, let's vote on the receiver. It should be pleasure to serve on the
Sure.
receiver. So we'll look for a motion to approve that one.
So move.
Second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, and we're gonna table Carol Grayson, the Lake Solid Waste Authority till next meeting.
Next May, which is May 17th.
The EDA, we got a vacancy, needs to be Robbins or Old Town. Senior Advisor Advocacy Committee, have a vacancy, anybody,
I think Lauren Webster, out of Wilson District expressed some interest. I think I gave the contact info to Linda. I don't know if that ever.
Linda wrote me a note here. It says, Supervisor Fan asked to send a board application to Lauren Webster, and we did. So far, we've not heard back from her or received the application.
I'll check. She may have a work conflict.
Okay.
Okay.
and Planning Commission projects.
I got 4 declines.
Yeah, that's right.
All was.
Okay. We'll work on that one too. So that takes care of the board appointments, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next is county administrator's report.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to let the board know that in next month, I'd like to have an expanded county administrator's report summarizing what we've accomplished over the year, because it'll be the end of our fiscal year, and the things that we're currently working on that we hope will finish during the upcoming year. So give you an extensive report then. I'd like to give you an update on the broadband project. Number one, AEP has run an estimated 55 miles of fiber in Grayson County as of the end of April. Segment 2, Old Bridle Creek to Elk Creek has been completed. Segments 1 through 3 are now 100% complete. Segment 4 from Liberty Hill to Green Valley. Segment 5 from Liberty Hill to Freeze. Segment 6 from Rose Hill to Independence are now under construction. A section of segment 10, Independence to Freeze, has been prioritized for construction. This section will connect the Mid-Atlantic fiber connection in Independence to the AEP building being constructed on Austin Street. The building will house the equipment from both AEP and Gigabeam for the broadband project. Estimated completion time of AEP's building is June. AEP is in the process of selecting a splicing contractor to splice the segments of fiber together. Estimated completion time for splicing segment 1 is 6 weeks once the contractor has mobilized to the site. Estimated time frame to start connecting customers is August of 2021.
Okay. Anything else? That's it. Okay. All right, register speakers. Okay. Cheyenne work? Okay.
I'd like to propose a countywide ban of burning non-organic materials. For a week now, my husband's been battling pneumonia and out of work because of a neighbor who's frequently burning trash, plastic, and rubber. And it's like I said, it's a recurrent issue that's affecting my family's health and income. We have 2 small children who are often forced into the house when they should be enjoying a day outside. We have to shut all the windows, shut all the doors, keep the house completely locked down when he's burning whatever it is. And as homeowners, I really feel that we should be able to enjoy our entire property at any given time without having to worry about my kids breathing in poison smoke because our neighbor forgot trash pickup was on Thursday mornings.
Okay.
I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Where do you live?
Pleasant Grove Road.
Pleasant Grove.
You said non-organic, so it's trash, it's garbage, whatever is the issue.
Yes, it was out the other evening. We had to close our windows because the smoke was so bad it was burning our eyes and our throats. And that was, around the time we lay down to go to bed. And it gets hot, so we like to be able to open the windows at night, and we can't do that, especially not with 2 small kids.
I mean, Mr. Smith, maybe you know this just based on being in the job for a while. When we started Public Works, the whole idea was, to take trash away, and some people didn't dispose of it. However, is there an existing ban of any sort like that preventing people from?
I have spoken to numerous people.
No.
I talked to the sheriff's department, I talked to the fire department, I talked to the gentleman that was here earlier over emergency services yesterday, and he's the one that told me to come here today.
Yeah.
And there's nothing anybody can do aside just say, hey, you've had a complaint.
Yeah, we have no, the only thing close we have is when they put the burning law into effect every year. But other than that, as far as burning household trash, you can do it at this point.
Do we have any authority? I mean, if we have, and I realize the burn ban, when we talk about burn ban, it's not really a ban because there's exclusions based on weather and time and distance and all kinds of stuff. But is there any, do we know if we have any authority in this particular
I think
area.
we should definitely look into this. I mean, that, we're a protector of nature, so.
Yeah, but a county ordinance. Okay.
I think the county would have the right to do a county ordinance. If you.
Yeah, we need it back.
And that's exactly who we would have to talk to see the legality of what we can do.
I think that's a good idea to look into that immediately. See what's within our power and.
We're talking ordinance on just organic plastics.
Non-organic.
So anybody wants to burn their cardboard boxes or Christmas wrappers, and they could. So we're looking at non-organic.
That happens. That happens every
Plastics
year.
in particular would be best.
Linda, is it Oregon?
Yes,
Blue Fox Creek Road.
yes, sir. I came to support my daughter-in-law, but my father was James Organ, who discovered a new species of salamanders up on White Top. And after listening to the New River Conservatory cleanup, I'm really enthusiastic. I'm great, but we can't have clean water to play in and fish in if we don't have clean air. We all need clean air to breathe. And so you guys sound like you're on board, and I'm really happy, and I hope you can do something with that. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Just, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, y'all want to follow up on what our options are?
Absolutely.
I have written down.
Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, thank you for taking the time to come and tell us.
Thank you very much.
Is it not a state law that you can't burn plastic, asphalt shingles, oil and tire? Ain't that state law?
There should be some guidance from you.
I know it is on tires and asphalt fault shingles and things like that.
I've made a lot of calls this past week. I spoke to a gentleman from Abingdon who sent me to the gentleman for emergency services here that I spoke with yesterday. And he said that, household trash, stuff like that, there's nothing statewide that they can do. That I'd have to take it up to a local level. And even at local level, there's nothing as long as he's burning after 4 p.m. That's just kind of how it works. I've made dozens of phone calls in this past week, trying to figure out what we can do because it's all the time. And there's just, as of right now, everybody's telling me local level because there's nothing else, and to try and get it pushed in at local level so there is something.
Well, we will certainly look into it.
Thank you.
See what we can do.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Safe drive.
Good night. Thank you. Good night.
Okay, I have no board supervisors that I mentioned. I'm looking for a motion to go into closed session, discuss personnel matters, 2.3371181. With a 5-minute break before we
good.
get the motion to go into closed session.
Second.
All right.
Good to see you.
5-minute break.
you.